All right, what is going on, everybody? Right now, we do have a tornado warning. We are live here. This is live imagery of our radar. We are northeast of Bay Lake. Bay Lake is northeast of Tampa. We're heading towards Clearmont, Florida. We're in between Groveland and Clearmont, Florida. This area right here in between these reds and the greens is your center of rotation, this map. We are heading in that general direction. Each tick mark, it's 15 inches. I know this is kind of a late warning here. We're right in the middle of a tornado warning. I've been keeping a close eye on this one. This whole section of storms that's coming up here off the coast, as you can see up here in the top left, that's what you're used to looking at there and on radar. All of those are heading inland, and been kind of keeping an eye on those. We're not looking for something too severe. This supercell that's out in front of all those storms was one that most likely to produce a tornado. It had a warning region here just northeast of Dade City earlier, and it didn't produce anything that I could see. And then after this second warning, I decided I probably need to go live, even though this might be the only thing we see all night. It is starting to get some severe rotation here. So if you haven't already, if you're in the Clearmont, Mineola, Ferndale, sorry, I had to zoom in and see what that town was. If you're in that area, if you're in the Groveland area, if you're anywhere in that general vicinity in Clearmont or northeast of Clearmont, you need to be in a safe space. So what that means is you need to be on the lower innermost part of a sturdy structure. We're down here in the middle of Florida. There's a lot of trailers. So you have your park model trailers. If you are in a park model trailer, you should get out of that park model trailer and make your way as fast as possible to a sturdy structure. You need to be in the lower innermost part of a sturdy structure, away from the exterior walls, away from exterior windows, in the innermost room that you can be in. If there's a bathroom, a closet, if there is a tornado shelter, you should be in that. Obviously, I should have to say that, but I will. Underneath a set of stairs, just get in the most structural part, lower innermost part of a sturdy structure. Not in a park model trailer. If you're in a car, pull over at the closest business that's a sturdy structure and get inside immediately. There is some strong rotation just southwest of Clearmont, heading towards Clearmont and Mineola. We are heading that direction northeast at 20 miles an hour. This storm is producing a hook, as you can see right here. That hook indicates there is rotation, along with these two windows right here where green meets red is rotation. And then this down here is this is actually just here for the sole purpose of checking for, tornadoes on the ground. I don't see anything right at this very moment, but it could be on the ground before the next update, and it could be impacting you if you live in that area. So you need to be underground. You need to be if you can't be underground, you need to be in the lower innermost part of your building, away from exterior walls, from windows, the innermost room, the sturdy structure, not a trailer, not a car. Get inside a sturdy building, take shelter immediately. Like I said, each one of these tick marks is 15 minutes. Estimated. So Mineola, you're about 15 minutes out. Ferndale, how does this say? Monteverde, you're about 30 minutes out. And in about an hour, this storm, which has already produced 2 tornado warnings that I've seen since I've been home, will be crossing 441 just south of Zellwood near Plymouth. So we got a nice range here of open space over the lake that we may go over and hopefully give this storm some time to chill out if it doesn't do something before then. We'll be crossing State Route 50 near Clearmont and immediately 27 north-south 27 near Mineola. Lots and lots of residential neighborhoods in this area. looks like, yeah, it looks like a lot of residential neighborhoods. I can't tell if those are homes or park models or whatever. But yeah, a lot of people living directly in the path of this thing. And just because I have this line here doesn't mean that is actually the path of this storm. That's just guesstimation. It's indicated. It could be anywhere in this area right here. It could span this entire region right here, all the way through Montverde, all the way across the lake into Plymouth and beyond. So if you live north of Plymouth, Florida, near Apopka, if you live in Paradise Heights, you could be in the path of this thing. I don't know what this lake is. The lake that exists around Ferndale, Montverde, Paradise Heights, Plymouth. Large lake north of Oakland. Whatever this lake is called. I wish it had a name that I could just show up here. I might be able to look it up real fast. I should know this. I'm going to zoom back out here for you guys, and I'm going to turn the radar back on, of course. Keep a close eye on this thing. I'm going to hold it steady here. I'm not going to let this play through. That way, as soon as there's a new update, we see it. There is our center of rotation right between the green and the reds. So in this instance, our radar is located down here south of Tampa, southeast of Tampa there. Greens are moving away from the radar, and reds, reds are moving away, greens are moving towards, is the general way to look at it. And so when we have those two colors really close to each other in a very intense manner with a hard line, not a lot of gray going on between there, that indicates there is rotation in the counterclockwise direction. So the reds moving away, the greens are wrapping it back around, moving. Remember, our radar's down here in this general direction. So our greens are coming back around that rotation, actually heading back towards our radar location. And so we have greens on this side of the rotation, reds when it's wrapping back around and heading away. So that's what this is. That's how we can see there's rotation in the storm. Also, we have a hook right here in our actual reflectivity. There's a new tornado warning. Let's listen in.
Tornado warning for southwestern Lake County in east central Florida, west central Orange County in east central Florida.
All right, there it is, guys. That is just an extension of our tornado warning that we are talking about right now. So you see the new box, just a little extension. We're moving out. We're including Oakland, Tildenville, Winter Garden, Ocoee. You are very close. Paradise Heights, you were right on the limit. Paradise Heights, if you live in Paradise Heights, Florida, just east. I have to find the name of this lake. I have to right now. Lake Apopka, of course. Apopka, however you say it. I've always said Apopka. Paradise Heights. If you're in Paradise Heights east of Apopka Lake in Florida, you may have not just got that warning, but you are right on the line. You are right on the line and could very, very, very easily get this warning. I hope, of course, I believe everybody in the county gets the warning, even those who are not in the box. If the box includes your county, the entire county should get that warning. However, if you haven't got that warning, just know that you are actually in the path of this thing. You're just at the very edge. So you were looking at 45 minutes to Paradise Heights across the lake. And again, just under an hour now to Apopka or Plymouth near 441. Heading northeast still. Let's see if there's any update. So our storm did slow down. I was watching it earlier. Right before I went live, I noticed that it stalled out. And if you can't tell, since I have started this stream, it really has not moved. it has moved, but not much. Our center of rotation's moved up just a little bit. We're just south of Claremont. So we are, I'm sorry if I'm saying any of these names wrong. I'm pretty sure it's Claremont. We are just south of Claremont. And when I'm talking about Claremont, I'm talking about the center on 50. If you live south of that, it's right on top of you right now. And so that's where we're talking about, right there. That's more like it. Just ahead of this inflow notch. So what I was describing here before that warning came out is our hook here on the reflectivity. And what our hook is it also indicates rotation. And so when we have this counterclockwise movement like down here, this exists right here. This is your area of rotation. And what this is you, on the counterclockwise, or on the left-hand side, it's all counterclockwise, but on the northern left-hand side, we have the main supercell, and that is actually pulling that rain and hail down and from the left and down around. So all of the heavy reflected raindrops that the radar sees is on the north and westerly side. When things get severe, it can pull it around to the southerly side. And then on the the general southeast side of the rotation, there is an inflow notch. We call it an inflow notch, and that is where the clean air, or so-called clean air, the not precipitation, not the precipitation, the clear air. The clear air is coming in here and creating a notch as it's all wrapping up together. And you can very clearly see that right there. That is a great image of an inflow notch as things start to ramp up. It really looks like that rotation is really ramping up here. I'm still not really, I don't think I see a debris ball there or anything like that, but it's hard to tell. And a debris ball would be a great indicator that a tornado's on the ground, but we've had plenty of instances before where tornadoes were on the ground, only indicated by rotation with no debris ball that was visible because of things like where the radar was and things that were included in the actual debris ball of the tornado. So we can't say for sure that there's not a tornado on the ground right now about to cross 50 and 27 near Claremont. I can't tell you that for sure. I can tell you there's a lot of rotation in the sky above it. And it's something that everybody should be taking seriously. And so when we're looking at this inflow notch here, we can actually see this really well on 3D. So I'll pull up the 3D and I can make sure it's pulled up there. Yeah, it's kind of in the way of everything. That's really unorganized. There we go. There we go. Now you can still see everything a little bit. I'll try to. Let's see here. All right. So here's our storm. Oh wow, you really cannot see that at all. Hold on, we'll get it to where you can see it. Give me just a second here. How about that? How about that right there? We'll just put it right in the middle of everything. It's okay. All right. So here's our storm. And on the bottom of the ground here, you see there's our actually reflected radar that we see in the top left hand of the screen right now. It's a little bit behind. Hold on just 1 second. Let's look back at this. This area right here in that blue, that could be a small debris signature. That could be the first inkling here of some sort of rotating something on the ground here. We'll have to keep a very close eye on that. Right now, guys, we're looking at the intersection between Claremont and Mineola, 50 and 27, where those roads meet. That rotation is going to be coming right at you here in the next few minutes, if it's not already. We are just southwest of the intersection between 50 and 27 near Claremont and Mineola, Florida, north of Tampa. That's where we're at right now. We have a tornado warning. There's potentially, just looking at the screen here, there's potentially something on the ground. It may be manifesting on the ground at the moment. We do have a great hook signature. I say great, that's probably a poor choice of words. We have a very distinct hook signature and inflow notch and some strong rotation. So I'm going to go ahead and move our storm track, as it looks like that's more like it. That's more like it. So I like the previous storm track because as you can tell, as I adjust the storm track, it does adjust the colors here. It kind of tries to capture the storm motion a little bit better. It actually took away from our greens and really added all that to the red side. But it's still enough to notice that we have some extreme rotation here. So that's okay. So I think we just had another update from the CC, which is down here, which shows our debris ball. It's very hard to tell still what's going on there. We have a lot of from our, let's take a look here at our ZDR. So our ZDR is going to show where our updrafts are. So of course a tornado is not just a rotating column of air, it's actually an updraft. And in updrafts, we have things like rain droplets that are trying to make it to the ground that can't, because the updraft is so strong, it suspends that rain in the air, and that's what causes ice, because the more time it spins really high up in the air, the more time it has to freeze, and the longer it stays in the air, the bigger the ice gets. That's why when there's a really big storm, a really strong updraft, the stronger the storm, the bigger the hail that comes down. And so what we look at in this mode, which is what we call ZDR, we call the ZDR columns, this is a column of air that's moving upwards. And so what this creates is it creates this section of basically what I consider interference, where there's not a lot of maroons, and it's actually just like this weird reflectivity glitch that happens off of the radar, if you want to call it that. That may not be the best choice of words, but it causes a lot of weird interference right here. This is a very strong updraft, and so it's difficult to tell, because what we'll see when we're looking at this bottom left, when we're looking for a debris ball, what we're looking for is an area that has a drop in correlation. So all the maroons are near 100%. That means all the droplets in the air are nearly the same size. And when you throw a bunch of random larger junk in there, like debris or tree branches or someone's house, then it will say there's not as much correlation here. There's everywhere else we're seeing raindrops, but right here I'm seeing a 2x4. That doesn't correlate. There's no, so it'll say there is a less of a correlation between those two, and then we'll see a big drop down here into the blues, into the blacks, and in some cases, just in the greens when we have lighter debris areas. But just taking a look real quick back at trying to finish up what I was talking about with a 3D image, here is an inflow notch, and you could imagine what this would look like if this was an actual storm cloud. Of course, it would be much larger. It would be something like this, but if you actually were to scale it back a little bit, get underneath it, you could probably see that you actually have a column of air right here. This would be a lowering cloud, which would be more like not a funnel cloud, but a wall cloud that was just a large, circular shaped cloud formation that is rotating counterclockwise. And just northeast of it would be almost a gap, almost a hole in the clouds, where all of that inflow is coming in here and creating a cave. So this is our inflow notch or inflow cave or whatever you want to call it. And then all of that is wrapping around back down into the center of this wall cloud right here. So that's what we're looking at with 3D. We'll go back to our regular radar here. I was trying to keep an eye on that as I was explaining. Well, I'm going to switch this back over to, this is our storm relative velocity. I explain this a lot of times during my live streams, but this is regular base velocity. So this is actually just what the velocities that the radar sees raw. A lot of times this does come in handy. It's relatively clear. It has, you'll normally see areas of one color in small pockets surrounded by regions of the larger color, and it makes it easy to find. In some cases it's not. In some cases it's all just one color. In this case we do see our pocket of green in our sea of red, The problem with this is that you can't get the greatest. Okay, here we go. Look at that. That might just be some debris as we're crossing 27 now, just south of the intersection with 50. There may be something going on here, guys. There may be something going on here. Our hook's still here. It's not as pronounced as it was earlier, but it's still there. And right in the center, right near the center of where I would consider the rotation to be, just behind it, we do have a nice deep blue dot. I don't like that. There's not a lot around it that says that that's not just some glitch in the system. We don't know that. We're right on the edge. What I was explaining earlier is that hail column. Well, I guess I did mention that our hail column causes this sort of shadow all the way out. So this is an extremely severe updraft, and what's happening with our CC is that all of that hail is blocking its view right here. This is like a shadow of this updraft, and that is actually a very severe shadow. So I don't know if that was, I mean, that right there, the fact that it continued. So we have a nice blue dot, and then we have a lighter blue dot surrounded by some green. So we're down here in the 85% range. That's gotta be something. I think we may have a tornado here on the ground just south of Florida 50, east of Claremont, Florida, south of Mineola, heading northeast towards West Oakland. It's Oakland, the west side of Oakland, about to approach Lake Apopka. If you live on the southwest side of Lake Apopka, you need to be in your shelter, in your safe space immediately. There's most likely a small tornado on the ground that can be growing in size very exponentially, very quickly. You need to take shelter immediately. So we're talking about something small on here, but really this radar is so far away that the ground here is over the horizon from the radar that's located on the ground in South Tampa. And so these readings are from up in the air. How far up in the air? It's hard to tell, but we got a good distance here. We're here in Central Florida, and I believe this is Lake County, way north of I-4, and our radar here is near Ruskin, south of Tampa. So we're looking way up in the air here. So what's happening right here could be 200 feet in the air, or more. I don't really know. And so we could have had a debris signature for a long time. That's why it's so important, guys. And even when we do such a detailed analysis on a storm like this, it's so hard to tell if there's actually something on the ground. And it looks like we're kind of losing it here. We do have other greens. It's kind of starting to blend back in to itself. But you can see there's a little bit of that hook in that CC. And right here would be where that thing's going to pop up. And I don't like the looks of that right there. And I definitely don't like the looks of that for something that is so far away that we can't see what's really happening right on the ground where that debris ball is going to be. And so we could have had a tornado this whole time. It's hard to tell. It's really, really hard to tell. And should already be most likely dark in this area. So it's probably going to be a little bit difficult to tell, to get a report back. Once somebody does confirm it, whether it is spotter confirmed or radar confirmed, that's something that they're looking at. They're looking at these colors too, trying to confirm it. At the National Weather Service, they're in, I believe it is in Tampa. If not, I apologize. I'm not sure exactly where all the National Weather Service offices are located, but the local office that's responsible here for this region is working hard trying to confirm this thing, and we Probably should have some spotters there on the ground that could tell us if they could find it. But like I said, it's dark, and so it's going to be difficult for us to find it. So we do have a couple guys here who are following the storm way too closely. I, in my honest opinion, they are right on top of it. Now, whether this is actually where they live or if they're on the road, it looks like they're on the road chasing this thing down. It's close to home for them, probably. And if they can see it, they'll report it. When they report it, this warning box will get bold. It'll get nice and bold with a nice black outline. And when it does that, that's when you know there's a confirmed tornado, either by the National Weather Service or by spotters, public reports on the ground, things like that. So our inflow notch is heating up a little bit. Really don't like this, guys. Really don't like how close those guys are, too. I'm going to turn their names off real quick so we can continue here. Not moving very fast at all. We did have a couple more light blue areas near the 80% correlation show up here. Again, we are looking at pretty high up in the air, and so it's really difficult for me to say. I wouldn't like to say, but I'm leaning towards saying there's probably something on the ground here. There it is. Tornado warning remains in effect. We have law enforcement reported tornado near Claremont and Mineola. Tornado on the ground north of 50, just north of 50, just crossed the road. Heading northeast. We're going to update our storm motion here and get a new track. Says we're heading almost, it's like northeast at about 10 miles an hour. So this thing is slowing down. When we started the stream, we were looking at 20 miles an hour. It's dropped 10 miles an hour. This thing is slowing down. This thing is slowing down. If you are in the East Claremont area, if you're in Mineola, if you're in Oakland, if you're in Montverde, if you're near the coast of Lake Apopka, there is a tornado on the ground near your area heading from the southwest to the northeast at a very, very slow 10 mile an hour. If you are in a park model trailer, or any trailer at that matter, you need to get into a sturdy structure immediately. Get into the lower innermost part of your sturdy structure, away from windows, away from your exterior walls. Put as many of those walls between you and the outside as possible. Take shelter. Bring a pillow if you got it. Bring a blanket if you got it. Get into a bathroom, hallway, underneath a set of stairs. Get on the ground and wait this storm out. Don't go outside to find this thing. Guys, don't go outside to find this thing. Oakland, you're 15 minutes out, guys. You're 15 minutes out or less. Tildenville, Winter Garden, we may just scrape by here on the southern part of the lake. We may be heading towards Paradise Heights. We may be heading towards Claricona. This is the first time you're hearing about it. South Apopka, Lockhart, Forest City. You guys are way out, but this thing can speed up immediately. Very quickly, this thing could speed up. It's moving way too slow right now for itself. And it's hard to tell what's going on. Let's take a look at this thing in 3D again. This is what we're seeing right now. So we know there's something on the ground. This is how high, this is our, let's see, let's pull it back here. This is really what the radar's getting right now. So the radar's having trouble seeing lower because we're over the horizon so far away from this storm. And we're seeing probably, 6,000 or 7,000 feet in the air. And we have a tornado on the ground. So, that's what I was saying earlier. It's so difficult for us to confirm these tornadoes until someone else is on the ground and sees it, or unless it's close enough to the radar where we can easily see a debris ball. So this is where we're looking at right now. Sorry, let me pull that back. This is the tornado warning area. We are in Lake County and Orange County, Florida. We are near Claremont, Mineola, Montverde. We are east of Claremont, heading towards Oakland, Winter Garden, Ocoee, Paradise Heights, Claricona, Florida. You are in the path of a storm that has produced a tornado and is on the ground right now. So there is a nice ramp up in our wind speeds here. We're looking at almost 100 miles an hour as far as the rotation, which again is high up in the air. So who knows how fast this thing is on the ground. You need to be in a safe shelter for this storm. You need to be in a safe shelter, away from windows. If you're in any of this area, if you're in Lake or Orange County, you need to be in a tornado shelter until this tornado warning clears. It does expire in 12 minutes, but seeing as we just had a tornado confirmation, I expect this thing to be extended. So in the next few minutes, we'll probably see a new tornado warning. Umatilla. Sorry, I didn't even have my chat pulled up. This was kind of really quick. Up there in Umatilla, is that if that's north of Dona Vista there, I think you're well out of the way. You're probably going to get, like the rest of Florida, you're probably going to get some nice heavy bands of weather come through later in the evening. You probably have some rain right now, I'd imagine, maybe just on and off up there. You'll probably have a nice quick break of rain and then some heavy rain later on into the night. A couple of lines of thunderstorms are coming through your area. Let me just pull out here real quick. Give me just 1 second, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. All right, here we go. There we go. All right, so here, so Umatilla right here. So all this is moving that northeasterly direction. You're going to have a nice little break here, drying up just in time for some heavy weather that'll last throughout most of the night. These storms right here are probably just heavy rain. You may hear some thunder and some lightning, but really what we were worried about is this stuff that's moving out ahead of these thunderstorms here. These are these nice big supercells, as we can see, are producing storm tornadoes right now. So as far as the line for this tornado, though, I think you're nice and clear. You're a little bit north, so this is kind of the general area that we're looking at for this storm to continue. Once it does, of course, hopefully it's going to pick this tornado back up if it hasn't already, and we'll be heading towards that Sanford, Deltona area, off into the northeast of there. But I think you up there in Umatilla, you are nice and out of the way of this thing. So we'll switch it back over here to our 4-panel radar here and keep up with this thing. Guys, feel free to ask questions. I appreciate the questions. Like I said, it was so quick to pull up this thing that I didn't even have my my chat pulled up. So I appreciate the questions. Thanks you guys for the views. Stay tuned for more. This thing is probably still on the ground right now. Just saying. I think it most likely is still on the ground, and we're still heading at a super snail's pace. So unfortunately, I think this is a pretty populated area. So this is the general area where we're looking at here. And that's what we're looking at right there. So this is the kind of population that a lot of Central Florida has. This is why it's such an awful place to have these tornado outbreaks. We had one pop up there in Naples earlier this year, along with a couple of other tornadoes that did some damage. It's very, of course, you have a lot of flat land, concentrated population, and you've got a lot of these park model trailers that just can't withstand some of this severe weather. And I hope for anybody who's watching right now that is in a park model trailer in this area, I hope you have a sturdy structure to go to. If you live in a community, get to your community center. Get to somewhere that's not in a mobile home, because even a small tornado can take these mobile homes and just tear them up. And of course, we don't want that at all. It's dark, guys. It's dark. The other thing that I'd like to reiterate during tornadic situations is don't go outside to see these things. Even if it's daylight, don't go outside and see these things. These things are dangerous. You want to be well protected. You want to be in your safe space. Don't give yourself a chance. These things can pop up out of nowhere. They can throw debris at extremely fast speeds, and you don't want to be out there when they're doing it. So it looks like we're moving on a little bit. We are getting ready to pass north of Oakland. So I know I've called your name a lot, along with Winter Garden. If you were in the Oakland area, you were about to be impacted by a confirmed tornado on the ground. Northern Oakland is more likely to receive it than southern Oakland. However, as I always like to say, if you are in this region at all, you need to be in your safe space. Just because you live in southern Oakland doesn't mean you should come out of your safe space. Winter Garden, you're next. You were next after this. Oakland, we're talking about in the next 10 minutes. This thing is moving extremely slow, and it's going to get extended. We got 6 minutes left on this tornado warning, and we're only halfway through. A lot of times we're already through these tornado warnings by now. You're going to receive another tornado warning very soon. Very soon. Here's our storm track. This is predicted storm track based on the warning. Each of these notches is 15 minutes. These are our rotations. This is how we track if there's a rotating piece of thunderstorm. These are just two different ways to see it. As you can tell, there is a nice green blotch here with our red, which indicates there is rotation in this general direction right here. That matches up with this right here, where we have a slight hook. We had it more pronounced in the previous slide. So this area right here is our rotation. This is where your tornado's at. On the bottom left here is our CC. This is where we track and see if we can find debris signatures where the radar can actually tell the size of the debris it's looking at. And if there's something large, debris from a tornado, then we're going to see it on CC, except in some cases like this one where our radar is so far away, it becomes really difficult to see it because the debris cloud is actually underneath the horizon. That's what's happening here. There may be a little bit of a debris signature right there, but it's hard to tell. This is a glitch from what I keep calling it a glitch. It's actually it's a common occurrence. It happens when there's extremely strong updrafts, which we still have one right here in the red. There's a lot of hail up here in this storm, and it's creating these weird shadow effects that extend all the way out because the radar is having trouble seeing what's beyond the thick, solid hail. So here, let's put that CC back real quick. This right here is our center of rotation. We're just going to clip the south of Lake Apopka here, just north of 50, Winter Garden, and Tildenville. I didn't mention your name. I forgot about you in between there. If you're in the south side of Lake Apopka, you need to be in your safe space right now. Tornado is heading your way. Here is the latest snapshot. Strong areas of rotation here. When we're getting into the yellow, we're getting into 60 to 70 miles an hour on one side. That does not necessarily mean anything about the tornado's max speed, but we can get indications from it about where, I didn't mean to do that, about how fast the air is moving, about how fast it's rotating up in the sky. And so if we can track it here, I know you can't see that, but we're talking about 70 miles an hour in rotation up in the air. And again, like I said, we're looking up in the sky because the tornado base, the bottom where the debris cloud is, we can't see. That's where the fastest winds are. So 70 miles an hour, maybe 200, it may be 400 feet in the air. It's hard to tell. I'm not going to do the math. I can't do the math. So it's hard to tell, but this is some very intense rotation right here. All signs indicate that this is not lifted, that there's still a tornado on the ground. If you're just joining us, there was a tornado that was reported earlier by law enforcement near Claremont and Mineola, and it still is progressing right now northeast at 10 miles an hour. It's moving extremely slow. A lot of times these storms are moving 30, 40 miles an hour, maybe even more, which can be dangerous. But the other, there's a bad side either way, because when you're moving slow like this, you're sitting, if there's a tornado on the ground, you're sitting over an area for a prolonged period of time, which can be very dangerous. So our tornado warning is going to remain in effect till about 8:30 p.m. We're looking at the southwestern lake and west central Orange counties. Again, at 8:13, we did have a law enforcement report of a tornado that was located near Claremont at US 27 and Hook Street, moving east at 10 miles an hour, which is moving east-northeast, really is what that was moving. So just to reiterate a little bit about your impacts, you'll have flying debris. There's our new tornado warning. Let's listen in.
Tornado warning for northwestern Orange County in east central Florida.
All right, so that would be an extension here of the tornado warning that we're watching now, of course. So here any second we'll have the extension pop up. It'll be about right here in this area. There it is. All right, so this is going to include Paradise Heights, Claricona. We're going to re-track our storm here. Paradise Heights, you are looking like you are directly in the path, along with South Apopka. You're just outside this warning area. Hopefully you should get this warning. Forest City. Forest City is over here. Let's pull up our county names. Forest City is over here in southwestern Seminole County. Forest City, you probably did not get that warning. If you live in Forest City, you are in the path of this storm. This storm has produced a tornado in the past and is most likely still on the ground, currently moving northwest. Just barely north of Oakland. We're right over Oakland, basically, near Lake Apopka, heading directly your direction. So if you live in Forest City, now is a great time to get in your safe space. If you do not have a safe area, you need to find one. You need to find one, guys. You need to be in a sturdy structure, lower innermost part of your building. So here is our latest image. We're losing that inflow notch a little bit, which is good news. That's good news. If that hook starts to disappear, most likely we have a weakening storm. So if we move back a little bit here is our brighter yellows we saw earlier. And this is a nice, strong rotation. We have an inflow notch here. That is a little bit less than what we were seeing earlier, but there's still an inflow notch. That inflow notch starts to dissipate. Our colors start to dim. This is good news. This is good news. This is most likely the tornado starting to slow down. If it's already lifted, the rotation in the air is starting to slow down. Still moving very slow. And just because a tornado does slow down, rotation slows down, doesn't mean it can't spin back up. There's plenty of that happening out here all the time. So if you have a tornado warning, you need to take it seriously. Just because Josh from TVS Weather is up here telling you that the rotation looks like it's slowing down, doesn't mean that it's gone. And I get updates every, 30, 45 seconds to a minute. By the time that I'm seeing it and there's nothing happening, and then all of a sudden it spins up and it lands on your house, and I haven't even seen a new slide yet. So you need to be in your safe space, lower innermost part of a building, in a bathroom, underneath set of stairs, in a tornado shelter if you got one. If you're in a park model trailer, I will say this until I'm blue in the face. If you are in a park model trailer, you need to be in a sturdy structure. That is not a sturdy structure. Go find one. Go find your community center if you live in a community. If you don't, you need to be somewhere that is a permanent building, a business, a store. Your Rite Aid, your Walmart, your McDonald's, whatever, your gas station. Gas station is better than a park model trailer. If you're driving down the road right now near the Oakland, Wintergreen, Ocoee, Paradise Heights, Montverde, if you're in these regions and you're driving down the road right now, you need to pull over in the sturdiest structures possible, business, whatever. Get inside and seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is something to take very seriously, guys. This is a very dangerous reason for tornadoes to be on the ground, and we've seen it already. And we just hope and pray that this was something that wasn't as serious as it looked being over that area. And we'll wait the news here. Hopefully, this tornado lifts. Since our new tornado warning has came out, if you didn't notice. So we have this bold pink line with a nice bold black outline, and this one's a nice thinner outline. The bold is a confirmed tornado either through your local spotters, your local law enforcement, or the National Weather Service themselves, because as we've been talking about, you can confirm tornadoes are on the ground if you have the proper training and the proper software. So those are the three ways really that tornadoes can get confirmed. And we did have one. And since the new warning has been extended, there's been no new reports as of yet, but that doesn't mean there's not a tornado on the ground. So we're seeing the rotation start to slow down. It's not as strong as it was. Just getting over the lake right now, and hopefully it stays that way. Hopefully it continues to go down. This thing lifts and we don't have to worry about anything else other than some heavier rain later on to the evening. Something I will mention again, I talked about this earlier in the stream, but real quickly, we will just kind of go over it because we are talking about Central Florida. So the main threat this evening was supposed to be heavy winds and rain. And maybe some regular thunderstorms, most likely not severe. We actually don't have any severe warnings, any severe thunderstorm watches right now at all. We actually don't even have a tornado watch for this area. So this supercell that popped up that's producing our tornadoes is just kind of, there was a slight risk for it, but it's kind of just came out of nowhere. I think this might be the only one. The only other thing I'm seeing is a pretty heavy supercell here down near Lakeland, Florida. Going to get some heavy rain east of Lakeland. Polk City, you're going to be in the path of that. If you're east of Polk City, you're also going to be in the path of that. But later tonight, guys, if you're in the Central Florida area, you're going to be receiving some heavier bands of rain, possibly some standard thunderstorms, and maybe even some more severe thunderstorms throughout the night. You may get some warnings on your phone for severe thunderstorm warnings, but don't let that make you turn your winter or your weather alerts off. You need to have those on because if one of these does produce a tornado, you need it to wake you up. You don't want to sleep through a tornado, guys. So these storms are just getting ready to make sure here near Homosassa Springs and Newport Richey, probably here in the next hour or so, and then they'll be heading north and east over Central Florida overnight, down near Tampa and south towards our Cape Coral and Punta Gorda and those regions. You'll be getting some rain too. It'll probably be lighter. Tampa and Bradenton, you expect some heavier rain here within the next few hours into the night as everybody's getting ready for bed here. So we'll switch back over here because we do have we still have a tornado risk on the ground. So we'll try to stay on that as long as possible. Like I said, I am thinking this thing is slowing down. So if we compare this rotation to what it was earlier, this was way earlier. So this is kind of through its life cycle, what we've seen. This thing really slowed down there. That is actually some crazy rotation right there. Just west of Oakland. When the tornado was reported, I believe we were just crossing 50. So around this area right here is when the tornado was reported by law enforcement. And so you can see it actually got more intense as radar was indicated. Radar indicated more intense. And then here, once it hits the lake, kind of just fades off. Kind of just fades off a little bit, which is great. That's great. So, yeah. Yeah, so currently right now we do still have the tornado warning up. We're center of rotation.
We welcome you to Pebble Beach for this 100th
little golf going on in the background. Like I was saying, as we got over the lake here, we really just our rotation just kind of pooped out, which is great. It's great news. We do still have our tornado warning, and so that doesn't negate this storm, because we still have areas here that are nearing pink. Look at that. I think it's picking up a lot of that water and an updraft. I don't know, man. That's a pretty strong severe thunderstorm in my mind. There's not a severe thunderstorm warning out because there's a tornado warning out, most likely. I think this is going to get downgraded. This warning is going to get downgraded. Paradise Heights, you may be out of the, you may be not seeing a tornado, but you're probably going to see a severe thunderstorm, which is going to bring strong damaging winds, possibly hail. You're going to see a lot of rain. Same for South Apopka, Forest City, Apopka itself, Waukeya Springs, and the areas northeast of those cities. You're definitely going to be seeing a severe thunderstorm unless this thing just goes away. But I don't think it is. There is still rotation here. Here's our new storm track. Let me make sure I've got the right track. There it is. So we are we are extended out here until 9 p.m. for the tornado warning. We are moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. 15 miles an hour. So this thing has sped up 5 miles an hour from its lowest. It's hard to say what this thing's going to do next. For all we know, it could spin back up. They do it all the time. For those who are familiar with these tornado warnings, the ones that were located in southwestern Kentucky, the Mayfield tornado of December 10th, that tornado was thought to be the longest tornado in history for the few days afterwards. Turns out it actually lifted. So near the border between Tennessee and Kentucky, the tornado slowed down and lifted off the ground. And some people may think that's the end of it, but obviously it wasn't. That was only halfway. Once it touched back on the ground, it crossed into Kentucky, became an EF4, a very significant tornado that went on to kill hundreds of people throughout Kentucky up towards Louisville. It traveled many hundreds of miles after that, took many lives and destroyed other lives, destroyed towns throughout the night. And so just to bring up the point that just because these storms start to lose rotation doesn't mean they're done. And I didn't even mention this. I do have a dog. And so my dog is currently playing with its squeaky toy. So if you do hear that, that is my dog. I'm dog sitting right now. I do apologize for that squeaky noise. I don't know if you can hear it or not. I hope not, because it's really probably very, very annoying. And yeah, anyway. So that's the main point, is that these there is still rotation here. There's a intense thunderstorm here. So my dog is trying to get my attention right now. She hasn't went out in a while, and so I'm going to probably step away here for a minute and take care of the dog, make sure she's got plenty to eat, make sure she is properly taken to the bathroom. And I'm going to leave this up, and I'm probably actually going to step back for a second and let this play out. Let's see if I can let it load up a little bit. Give me just a second here. Put on some background music so it's not just silent here while I'm gone. All right, I will be back in just a minute, guys. Stay tuned for more. I will try to keep it on this as close as possible to let you know if things become intense again. All right, real quick, guys. Real quick, we're going to switch over here because I don't think anything crazy is going to happen with this storm that did produce a tornado near Lake and Orange counties in Florida. Once this storm hit the lake, it seems like the rotation died out, and getting to the other side of the lake now, I do feel like, I mean, there is some rotation there, but I feel like it's kind of just done. So that tornado warning will expire in 6 minutes, and most likely the National Weather Service there will let it expire. They may replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning, which we may be hearing here shortly, or it may not. They may just let it go, and it'll just become another standard severe storm, or not severe, standard thunderstorm there in South Apopka heading northwest. So real quick, what we're gonna do is I gotta go hit the showers, and like I said, give my dog some love and attention here. I don't think there's anything else crazy that's probably gonna happen. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch it over here to our full coverage radar, which is just a standard image radar, and it covers the full nation. So I'm going to look at pretty much all of Central Florida here and show you what we're looking at. There's another wave of heavy rain and thunderstorms that are coming very close to the Gulf Coast, particularly there in the Newport Richey, Tampa area, and Homosassa Springs. There's a nice line that's about to impact there here shortly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to that camera, leave it playing. It will also show the warning boxes like you see now. So you'll see the tornado warning box that exists right now. You'll see that on the screen when I switch over. The teal box that's on the screen also, we'll go ahead and switch over so you can see what I'm talking about. Here's our radar here. So you have your time at the bottom. You'll see our tornado warning here in the center right there. That is current. And then we have a nice teal box over here. Those teal boxes are for special marine warnings, which are basically what you can consider that a severe thunderstorm warning for the water. So those are special marine warnings for severe thunderstorm warnings, high winds, things like that, for those who are out on the ocean, on the Gulf. And so once these storms hit land, you could potentially see some severe thunderstorms warnings pop up. So I'm going to leave the music play. If there is a severe thunderstorm warning, or if there is a tornado warning, it will automatically play over the audio. It will give you the county name. So when you hear that emergency alert sound, just know that that is a tornado warning, and to listen very closely for a severe thunderstorm warning, it will actually just say, it'll just start talking. There won't be any audio cue of that. Make sure your alerts are on for your phone. If you guys don't stick around, make sure your weather alerts are on if you live anywhere in Central Florida, because these things can pop up out of nowhere. My stream today kind of started in the middle of this tornado warning for Lake County, because I wasn't really expecting it. I knew there was some weather coming through, but every now and then you just kind of have a pop-up storm. So if a watch gets issued, it's actually also on the screen. It would be in a shaded area, so a shaded yellow for severe thunderstorm and a shaded pink there for tornadoes. And there, as you can see, there's actually no watches issued right now for either. So this event was kind of not expected to be major, and there was a slight risk for the supercells that popped up out in front of this line of storms. These in this area right here around Lakeland, you can see them popping up right now. There was a small chance that those would produce a tornado, and one of them kind of lingered and ended up producing something there. And so we unfortunately that is how it goes sometimes, but luckily we came on here, and hopefully we got the word out to a few people. If you guys didn't know, this channel is for severe weather, so this is what I do on my free time when I can. I leave the stream going when I don't have free time and I can't be here for these events, especially as we're getting into spring. I'm going to be doing a lot of this, so if you're interested in seeing this stuff and getting the live radar coverage, the detailed stuff, even more detailed than what you see on TV, give us a subscribe. We'll be here throughout, hopefully for a long time, especially through this. This will be our first tornado season actually live streaming. I've been keeping up with this detailed radar coverage for a while, and decided it was finally time to share this and get it out there, so anybody that had an internet connection can come see the live radar coverage that's not interrupted by commercial breaks, that's not interrupted by other news stories. That way that if you're in these areas at the center of the severe weather, you can get the most up-to-date live radar images and have someone there helping you, telling you what's going on. For all those who don't know too, we do have an Instagram account. So before these events happen, we do not really forecasting, but I pay close attention to the forecasting models, and I'm looking at them constantly. I'm looking at the National Weather Service's forecast. The National Weather Service has a Storm Prediction Center, the SPC, that predicts the severe weather and they put out maps of these events. They put out heat maps of where if there's a severe event, where it's most likely to happen, and what the percentages of all the severe things like wind, hail, and tornadoes, where those are at, and I post those before every event. This one kind of caught us off guard, so there was a small chance, a really small chance. It was small enough to where I didn't talk about it, but luckily we were here to cover it. But follow us on Instagram. We do a lot of posts. We're there under TVS_weather, I believe is what it is. It's the same logo you see on screen. Follow us out there. Get your latest weather updates for the future. Throughout winter, we post for the snow outbreaks, and throughout fall, we're here for the hurricane season. This will, of course, be our first hurricane season this year too. We'll be providing a lot of cool stuff you guys never seen before. If you're down in Florida and you may be impacted by those hurricanes, you'll want to follow us there to get all the cool detailed information that not a lot of people are talking about. And of course, for live radar coverage, there'll be lots and lots of hours of live radar coverages when we have hurricane season come around. So give us a subscribe, give us a follow, and keep up with your latest weather updates. I'm gonna go hit the showers, guys. Like I said, I'm gonna leave the stream running. If there is any crazy warnings that pop up, you'll see them on here. They'll be playing over the speakers. You'll see a box pop up, and yeah, I appreciate you guys coming out today. We had a good amount of viewers, and come back and see us, guys. Come back and see us. Stay weather alert, weather savvy. Stay safe. Thanks for watching, guys. All right, guys. Thanks again for tuning in. I'm back now from my quick break, and it looks like things are remaining relatively calm as far as the warnings go, but as you can see, we do have that strong line of thunderstorms we were watching earlier that is just making landfall in St. Pete, there west of Tampa, and Newport Richey. The storms in Homosassa Springs have kind of made landfall, spread out a little bit. You got some heavy rainfall up in that region. There is that one special marine warning that is remaining near the Tampa Bay region. So if you're for some reason watching out on the waters there, just know that yeah, you got some severe weather out through there. So no severe thunderstorm warnings right now, although there are some strong thunderstorms that are reaching the coast now. So we're going to experience probably some thunder, probably not any sort of hail or anything like that. You'll get some strong winds for those of you who haven't already got it. As you move out in front of these storms, there's going to be some strong winds now through the through Tampa Bay and east of Tampa Bay into Lakeland and along that sort of vertical line there. And of course, we're going to experience heavy rain here with a few of these sharp bands of rain. The worst of which appears to be in that special marine warning near the mouth of the Tampa Bay region, just west of Bradenton. Probably will impact the southern regions of St. Petersburg. Clearwater just got it pretty good, and it's heading for downtown Tampa there. Holmes Beach is going to maybe get the brunt of it. We'll continue this. I'll leave this up as these strong thunderstorms make landfall, just in case there's any sort of severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warnings as these things move throughout Central Florida. Thanks, guys, again for watching. I appreciate the support. We do stream through severe weather events all across the continental United States as they come, and we also post about them before they come on our Instagram page at TVS Weather. If you search and look for our logo there, you'll find us. Give us a follow so you can stay up to date and get those quick little tidbits about the future of severe weather, especially if it lands in your area. You'll want to hear about it. I do work full-time. I am a human, so I do sleep. So when there are severe weather events that run throughout the normal working hours of a weekday or throughout the night, I tend to use what you're seeing here and kind of put it over the general area where it can be expected. So I try to live stream even when I'm not here at my computer. So we try to stream as much as we can. So like I said, give us a subscribe. Thank you for all your support. If anybody has any questions or anything about the stream or the future of the stream, go ahead and hit it up in the chat. I'll be monitoring that, and I'll be glad to talk with you guys. So I'm gonna let this thing play out, and in the event that something more severe or more significant pops up, we'll come back and we'll give it a little shout. Thanks, guys, for watching. All right, guys, so check this out. This is something that's a little bit scary and kind of cool, I guess. So this happened, these reports are coming in just now. This happened earlier today. This is in Willows, California. This is a funnel cloud that, as of right now, we don't believe actually touched the ground, but a very clear and well-defined funnel cloud. Willows, California is in mid-California towards the north side. It's about an hour and a half north of Sacramento, about 80-some miles north of Sacramento. This happened about 5 or 5:30 today. It's in Glenn County, California. A lot of pictures are circulating around now. A lot of news sources are posting these photos. Little crazy. You don't normally think of the West Coast as getting these sort of tornado scares. It was kind of out of my range today. I didn't even think about California as far as tornadoes today, and I think a lot of people felt the same. Tornadoes, as far as California goes, aren't super crazy rare, but they are rare. They are rare compared to Dixie Alley or Bama or Texas and Oklahoma, the Tornado Alley. When we actually look at data for tornadoes in California, I was pulling it up and reading a little bit about it while I was trying to figure out where this was at. Since 1950, there has been a total of 465 tornadoes. As far as the total for direct injury from tornadoes, there's only been 90 direct injuries from tornadoes and no fatalities. Knock on wood for that one, guys. And 90 direct injuries. Of those 90, 34 came in 1983. In 1983, there was one tornado. There's not one tornado. There was about 10, it looks like, in 1983. And of those 10, one of them was responsible for 30. So one tornado since 1950 is responsible for 1/3 of the direct injuries. That was on March 1st, 1983. There was an EF2 that traveled 3.5 miles. It only had a width of 100 feet. It did $25 million of property damages. It touched down just west of Windsor Hills in Los Angeles County, traveled 3.5 miles northeast through Village Green and into west of Country Club Park. That's just south of West Hollywood. And just east there of West Los Angeles. Right in between West Los Angeles and Alvarado Terrace Historic District, near the main downtown area of Los Angeles. Across, of course, Santa Monica Freeway, Ladera Heights. It went through Ladera Heights, just east of that, crossing Kenneth Hahn State Recreational Area. That was March 1st, 1983. So one tornado there since 1950 is responsible for 1/3 of the injuries. Only 400 and some tornadoes totaled. This, of course, was north of Sacramento. So it is a little bit more rare. It's something worth mentioning, though, that it kind of happened today there with that tornado warning that's still showing its history there across Central Florida. It just, sometimes they show up. There was a slight risk today for those tornadoes, and there still is. But even without tornado watches or severe thunderstorm watches or severe thunderstorm warnings, you can get a tornado that shows up randomly. They're hard to predict, and that's something that the spotters, the storm chasers out there are working hard every year to come up with better data on how to better predict which storms, which supercells are going to produce tornadoes and which won't. So it's something that is constantly improving, and we're seeing that as time goes on, as those tornado outbreaks that we've seen in the past have produced much more injuries and fatalities and loss of property than they do now. So anyway, we do hope that this tornado, of course, was not a tornado. It remained a funnel cloud as it is in the picture. We hope that's the case, and it did no damage. Of course, earlier today, with that tornado warning that you're seeing come across the screen in Central Florida, there was a confirmed tornado. I've been looking for data on that, see if I can find any sort of images or any reports of damage, and I have yet to be able to find something, which is great. It's good news. It's hard to say whether or not it was. Let's hope it's just some roof shingles, because it did go through some residential neighborhoods. So if when I do see any updates on that, I'll make sure that I come on here and talk about it. If there's any images or anything like that, I'll make sure I bring it up here. Of course, we do have this pretty strong line of thunderstorms that are coming through Tampa right now. We'll switch back our focus to that as it's arriving through Tampa currently. So right now, we did have a couple of lines of thunderstorms that kind of came up here and caused a couple of special marine warnings pop up, which are just basically severe thunderstorms warnings over the water. So you had some up here near Homosassa Springs, one longer line here that was going to affect the Clearwater, Tampa area, and one that was just spawning up that was going to hit Bradenton, and it actually ended up being the most, the strongest of all of them. And then as it moves into the St. Petersburg area here, we see it kind of form together, join up, and now we are about to impact downtown Tampa. So if you live in the Tampa region, you're going to get some heavy rain, probably some strong winds that could be damaging, so make sure that you're taking the proper precautions. Stay away from windows. Even without tornado warnings, we like to stay away from windows for strong damaging winds, thunderstorms, things like that. Don't go outside and I gotta pick up all this other. We gotta pick up. It's if you live in that Tampa region, it's probably too late. Don't risk it. Don't be out there with any sort of flying debris or strong winds. Don't get caught out there in that. It's gonna pass. It's gonna be quick. It'll be over before you know it. So this line of thunderstorms now extends from south of Bradenton, forming up with another line here that's gonna reach all the way down into the Cape Coral area, almost to Naples. We're looking at, I believe this is Captiva. This is Sanibel Island here. So we're reaching all the way from Sanibel north through Tampa, up through Brooksville's, into Homosassa Springs there. Long line of severe weather here. Strong weather, I guess. We don't have any sort of severe thunderstorm warnings, but you could see that soon. We do have a hail indicator. That's what that triangle is. So you could see some hail there. Near the Tampa Bay region, the South Tampa Bay region, near Holmes Beach right now, and on into Bradenton here shortly. I'll leave this up playing. Right now, of course, guys, if you're just joining us, we don't have any sort of severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning. We did on the storm that I believe that is the storm that's near Deltona now. Earlier, that storm did produce a tornado in the Lake County area near Apopka Lake, just southwest of Apopka Lake. That storm has now since died down substantially and seems to be just some heavy rain and maybe some lightning and thunder there near Deltona, heading towards Daytona Beach. Another supercell was popping up there near Lakeland that I pointed out briefly earlier, and has since got much stronger. We do have hail that could reach up to 3/4 of an inch in diameter with a strong core. We've got a strong updraft. This is near Kissimmee, Florida, heading towards Lake Hart, just south of Orlando. So if you live south of Orlando, you're going to get some heavy rain, probably some strong winds, and probably a lot of thunder. This does resemble a supercell, and I think you're going to get it then, and then you're going to have a sweet little break followed by some heavier rains afterwards. I believe as this line of storms gets closer inland through Central Florida, it'll probably lighten up slightly. So if we don't see any sort of warnings soon, I don't believe we will see anything worse throughout the evening. However, we'll be here. We'll be keeping a track. I'm going to let this thing play out a little further. I wanted to give you a little quick tidbit there with that funnel cloud. Pretty interesting stuff. Just a fresh reminder again that weather is not in the control of the weatherman. And just because guys like me and the professionals at the National Weather Service are out there doing their job as hard as they can, it doesn't mean that it can't be severe when you least expect it. So always be weather alert and keep your weather alerts on. Make sure they're on for your phone, for your home weather radios. That way, if there is any random severe weather in your area and you're not awake or you're not constantly paying attention to the weather like some of us do, then you can be aware and keep you and your family safe. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. We'll be here for a while. I'll be back with another update shortly. If anything severe pops up, I'll be back with all the latest information. We'll get in more detail if we get some more warnings. For now, guys, though, enjoy and subscribe and follow us on Instagram if you have an Instagram for all the latest forecasts for severe weather in all of the regions of the continent of the United States. Thanks again.
Severe thunderstorm warning for South Central Orange County in East Central Florida, North Central Osceola County in East Central Florida. Severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern St. Lucie County in East Central Florida, northwestern Martin County in East Central Florida. Tornado warning for South Central Orange County in East Central Florida, North Central Osceola County in East Central Florida.
All right, so right after I get done talking about how I think things are winding down, they wind back up. So we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings followed by a tornado warning for that severe thunderstorm that is producing near Orlando. So let me get my act together here and we'll switch back over quickly here. I was checking out that stuff over in California to see if there was any weather still out there. And so my detailed radar is kind of focused out there. These warnings are just popping up here for, it looks like there is a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning on the same storm south of Orlando. So we're going to switch over here real quick so you can get the good stuff, the detailed radar. This severe thunderstorm / tornado warning, this tornado warning / severe thunderstorm warning is in Kissimmee right now, just passing Kissimmee, south of Buenaventura Lakes, south of Orlando, just north of 192, heading northeast at 20 miles an hour. So we have radar indicated rotation, and we could be expecting a tornado here, potential, and also quarter-sized hail. So we're going to pull up our 4-panel here like we've done earlier in the stream. This gives us all the good information. We're going to switch our storm motion here so we can see where that rotation is. It's a little bit harder to see than what we were looking at earlier, but there is a hook, a slight hook, and this is our inflow notch. So our rotation's happening right here, just south of 192, east of Kissimmee, Florida. We do have a report here. This is a thunderstorm wind gust here of 51 miles an hour at the Kissimmee Airport. Just less than just about 15 minutes ago. So this storm is moving. It moved just south of that, so there is some strong damaging winds associated with this, along with some hail potential. So we do have a nice indicated updraft with this storm and a hook with the potential here to produce a tornado if it's not producing already. Luckily, compared to where we were earlier, we are relatively close to the radar station here, which I need to switch over. So I still have the Tampa radar up at the bottom of the screen. If you see that, that is not correct information. I'm going to get that updated here in just a second. So we are at KMLB in Melbourne. This storm is developing pretty rapidly. We actually might have something on the ground here very suddenly. Just as I was talking about how quickly these tornadoes can get on the ground, there's a potential here for this area right here to have a tornado on the ground. I'm looking at this CC. This right here, if you guys haven't been here in any of our live streams to understand what's going on here, I'll quickly explain this. This image up here is just showing how intense the rain and hail is. The darker areas, as you can see, there's a graph on the left as you go from 0 to 100, 100 being a basically solid sheet of ice floating in the air. So we have, you have your greens, yellows, and reds getting more intense in rain. These two images currently on the right are both our velocity indicators. So greens and reds really close together indicate rotation in this manner right here. So it's counterclockwise rotation. This is another type of velocities. I normally leave these up because one of these is easier to see compared to the other. A lot of times it's this one down here. You have these bright yellows, which is getting up high in the velocities. But this right here is easy to see, this green poking into this red. As these colors get more intense, they get brighter. That's the stronger rotation. This down here is our CC. This compares the size of the droplets being reflected by the radar. The more that the droplets are alike, the more you'll see maroon. So when you have rain and hail that are relatively, all kind of the same size, mostly rain, you'll get this maroon color. If you have something happen like a tornado debris signature, that's what we're looking for, debris signatures, where it's lofting things into the air that are much larger than rain droplets, such as branches and parts of residential homes or a barn or something like that that's much larger, you'll have a correlation drop. So it'll say these things are much larger than the things around it. Those things, that's not correlated to the rest of the storm. And it will drop down in correlation, which would be down near 0. So if we have over an area of rotation, if we have a black circle or a dark blue circle, a lot of times that can indicate debris. Now right here it can get a little confusing because when there is less rain at the edge of the storms, you also fall out to darker colors. especially in this inflow notch that's coming in right here. So there's not a lot of reflection going on in this general area, in this notch, which is created by clean air being sucked into the rotation. Then you can have this kind of area. This is not probably not all debris, but this general area right here where you kind of have a circular area right in the middle of what appears to be rotation. Might be a little south. Might be a little south. That might not be anything, but it's really close to that area of rotation. It's got a nice black center to it, kind of fading into the darker areas, which makes me think that that could be a possible debris signature. Again, we are south of Orlando, Florida. We are just south of Buenaventura Lakes, heading northeast near Naracoosi and Lake Hart, Florida. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe space. Safe spaces are not park model trailers. They are not cars. They are in a sturdy structure, the lowest, most innermost part of a building, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get in a bathroom, get under a set of stairs, get in a closet, bring some cover with you if you got it. And you need to do it immediately, because there is a very good potential that you actually may have a tornado on the ground here just south of Orlando. These kind of just came up out of nowhere. So we're going to try to take a look at this thing here in 3D real quick. This program does do 3D, so we're going to bring up our box here, and we're going to try to see if we can see where this rotation is and how strong it is. So there is your area of rotation right here in this column. So this is a column of air that is, or water droplets or whatever that's reflecting back to the radar that's rotating. This sort of cavern shape here is what I referred to earlier as the inflow notch. So it's clean air that is being sucked in to the rotation, and then on this side you have all the storm that's coming in like yin and yang. This one's coming down and around, this one's coming in and around the top, and it's creating a cavern of clean air in the storm. And this is a clearly defined rotating section of the thunderstorm, where there could potentially be your wall clouds, and your tornado is going to be in this general area right here. As you can see, there's our 2D imagery imposed on the ground below the storm. Really cool stuff. Glad we have that opportunity to do that. That's your inflow notch right there. That's where your cave is. We still have a strong area of rotation here. This is of course a hail indicator. Our triangles are hail indicator, and we're approaching 3/4 of an inch of hail up in the storm. So you could see up to 1/4 inch of hail on the ground here if you don't see a tornado. But assume you're going to. This tornado warning is set to expire in 15 minutes. We got a long ways to go, guys. A long ways to go. Something I do quickly want to mention that it all happened at the same time that I didn't get to mention earlier is that there is a severe thunderstorm warning down here near Port St. Lucie heading northeast. That storm there is slowly heading northeast at 10 miles an hour, but it does pack a potential for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So we can expect some damage to roof, siding, and trees with that. It will be arriving here shortly in Port St. Lucie. I would say in about 45 minutes or an hour if it doesn't speed up anymore. So we'll reach back here and let's track our tornado warning area of rotation here, where there's a potential for a tornado on the ground as we speak. In about 15 to 20 minutes, we'll be in the South Lake Hart area near 15. And then about 45 minutes, we're going to be crossing 528 just south of Wedgefield. Heading towards Indian River City. Right now, though, that area of rotation is near Buenaventura Lakes, just barely southeast of Buenaventura Lakes. And if we can kind of show our map here where we're talking about, let me make sure that this is kind of at the center of here where we're talking about. This is generally the center. It's hard to see with this one. It's really hard to see. So we are just northwest of this lake that's near Narcoosi and Buenaventura Lakes. There's a nice lake there just north of St. Cloud. We are northwest of that, heading northeast. We'll be approaching these areas here, South Lake Hart. There is some residential areas, some really nice areas, lots of lakes. And then we're going to go over some rural areas before we get to Wedgefield here in about 45 minutes. Hopefully we're not touching the ground here. We haven't had a report yet that confirms a tornado on the ground, but again, remember guys, it's nighttime. You know it's nighttime. It's going to be very difficult to get any sort of visual confirmation on a tornado unless it's massive and you have a lot of storm chasers out there. Currently, right now, this one kind of, I feel like it came up out of nowhere. We do have a couple of guys around here. We got Neil up here, Kelton down here, and then Ty over here back in back towards Kissimmee. Some of these guys, though, the way that they're positioned just kind of tells me these guys might just be hanging out. This is their house. So, you know, we may not even have any storm chasers on there. We may just be relying on the National Weather Service to confirm this via radar, or law enforcement out there, any sort of public official to actually confirm these tornadoes. So it's developing a really strong hook. This shape right here, when you have this sort of shape on a storm that has a strong updraft and rotation, that's bad news, guys. That's very bad news. It normally indicates that there is strong rotation and a high potential for tornadoes. But again, we have a tornado warning, so we just got to assume there's one on the ground. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, I'll say it one more time. If you're in this tornado warning, get in a safe space. Get in a solid structure. Lower innermost part of your building. If you don't have a tornado shelter, I would suggest, of course, getting the lower innermost part of your building in a bathroom, under a set of stairs, in a closet. Something that's structural in the central part of your home. Or of course, in a sturdy building. If you're driving down the road now and you're near southeastern Orlando, you need to find a sturdy structure, a business that's open, that's in a well-built building. Get inside and take shelter immediately. This thing just came out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. I really don't like the way that looks right there. I'm hoping this correlates with just this open air, because I feel like it really should be up here if there was something on the ground. I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. There's a lot of what we can just refer to as interference right here. So these gray areas in our velocities and the purple areas in this velocities are interference. It's something that has to do with distances and radars. Complicated, but that's why we lose data in these areas, which happen to be really important areas right now. And hopefully this thing moves out and away from those areas to where we can actually see what's going on in the heart of it. So that severe thunderstorm warning has now expired. They canceled that most likely to allow the tornado warning to take precedence here. Also, besides the tornado warning, we do have a strong thunderstorm, a severe thunderstorm. So if you don't get impacted by a tornado in this general area, you may get impacted by a severe thunderstorm. Lake Hart area, you may get some strong rain, strong winds, a very severe thunderstorm that impacts you here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. And of course, that actually would be followed by the rotating part of the thunderstorm, which so it's just really important that you make sure that you write out the warnings, because the strong part of the thunderstorm may hit you and then the rotating part comes afterwards, and that's the riskiest part about all this. So you need to make sure that if you are taking shelter, you should be taking shelter, and you stay in that shelter for a long period of time until the tornado warning has expired, or until the tornado warning has been canceled and the severe weather threat is over. So we'll wait that out as we continue to watch, looking for any more indications of something on the ground. Again, guys, we are just south of Orlando, Florida, heading northeast at about 20 miles an hour. We'll put a storm track here. Each one of those tick marks on our storm track is about 15 minutes. So if you're in the Lake Hart region, you can expect this area of rotation to reach you in about 15 minutes. So we go out to an hour. So the Wedgefield area, you're going to receive it at around 50 minutes, in between 45 and an hour from now, depending on how the storm speeds up and slows down. As of right now, though, the tornado warning is expected to expire before it gets to you. We'll see if that thing gets extended out. They only put it out for so far. This one is set to expire in about 7 minutes. And right now it's kind of hit or miss whether or not this thing will get extended. We will get an alert. We'll get an audio alert, and the visual alert will follow that to let us know if the tornado warning does extend out, and for what areas that covers. We'll get more information with you here in as soon as we can. All right, guys. I know if you're just joining us here, we're following this tornado warning just south of Orlando, Florida. We are in the Buenaventura Lakes region, just west of Narcoossee. I don't know how to say these words. Just south of Lake Hart here, in about 15 minutes. If you're in the Lake Hart region, if you're in this box at all, we're talking about Orange County and Osceola County. If you're in those counties, you need to be taking shelter immediately. You can follow us here, and we'll let you know whenever these the tornado risk passes. There is some strong rotation. We've seen maybe a couple of inclinations that, or hints that give us the inclination that there may have been something on the ground at one point. I don't know if there is right now. It's hard to tell, but we need to treat these tornado warnings like there is. So again, make sure you're in your safe space, lower innermost part of a building, away from any windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. The most central location in a sturdy structure. This is the storm track line. Our white line's our storm track line. Each one of those tick marks is about 15 minutes, guys. So you kind of map it out yourself. Up here, this is downtown Orlando. I can turn off those road markers so you can see a little bit better. There's Orlando, Florida. We are just southeast of that. Here's our center of rotation right here in this area, right about where it says TMCO right there. Where that hook comes around, that's where the danger zone is. And it's a very strong storm. It had some strong rotation. It's a little bit messy in there right now. These windows over here are going to indicate our velocities. So where green meets red, that's where there's rotation. The stronger, the brighter the colors, the stronger the rotation. So I'm actually going to turn this over to our ZDR again, which I've talked about this earlier in the stream. I know we got some new people in here. This is our updrafts. So in a storm, a tornado is actually not just a rotating column of air. A tornado is actually a rotating column of air that's going up. So it's sucking things up. You all seen the movie Twister, right? Sucks people up, at the very end scene or whatever. Spoiler alert. And so an updraft can be found via radar, and that's actually what this bottom right hand image is showing. So those darker reds, the white areas in those darker reds is strong updrafts. And so we can see there that there's probably, there's a rotating column of air that's moving up, that's holding up a lot of hail that's very strong and widespread. And so this is, it's no wonder why they tornado warned this storm. It's a strong storm. We've been following it for a little while, but nothing that really showed up until now, and it's kind of just spun up all of a sudden. So we got an update there. Let me turn this back to our other velocities so we can keep an eye on that. That storm's tracking a little bit more south now. So here's your new storm track. I'm going to put that up. We're going to be moving a little bit south of Lake Hart. I can zoom in here, take away our radar image to show you where we're talking about. If you're familiar with the region, we're just north of this lake here. That's near the St. Cloud region. Just north of this lake, heading northeast. Going to be moving just south of Lake Hart. of the central part of Lake Hart there, off into these more rural areas up towards Wedgefield. Apologies if you hear my dog. She is having a good time playing with her toys right now, squeaking and growling and all that stuff. So I am dog sitting tonight, though, so bear with me on that if you hear it. I'm not sure if you can. All right, so here, let's put it back on this. This hook right here is a strong indication that we have a good amount of rotation. Here's a new tornado warning. Let's listen in.
Tornado warning for South Central Orange County in East Central Florida, North Central Osceola County in East Central Florida.
All right, there you go. So we are talking about an extension here. So they're going to overlap. Our new tornado warning will probably be around here, which tells us that there is still great risk for a tornado coming around. And I just by looking at these velocities, it's a little bit of a jumbled mess, but there is some strong rotation here. This worries me sick. This area right here, it's so hard to tell if this is part of this greater region. For the new people that are showing up here, this bottom left-hand panel here is what we look for debris signatures. So when tornadoes throw up debris and dirt and tree limbs and stuff like that, we can actually find that via radar. So this is how we can confirm whether a tornado's on the ground and where it's at. We know the area of rotation, which is again just east of Buenaventura Lakes, heading northeast. We'll get an updated storm motion here and let you know what's going on. So we're moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. Our hazards, of course, are a tornado and quarter-sized hail. The tornado's yet to have been confirmed. Strong rotation. This tornado warning is going to be set to expire at 11:15 Eastern Standard Time. Again, this is for Orange County and Osceola County in East Central Florida. Excuse me. That's where we're looking at right now. The storm is going to be near Narcoossee around 10:50, and Lake Hart and Lake Nona around 11:10. So 10:50 here in about 5 minutes. Narcoossee, northern Narcoossee. This will be north of where it's at on the map, at least, in this general area. If you guys are familiar with maps, it's hard for me to get any sort of detailed imagery to tell you. It's just residential neighborhoods here. So let's hope this thing does not put down. If it's going to put down, let's let it put down out here in the wilderness. So we do have, like I said, we do have strong area of rotation. If we don't see a tornado out of this, hopefully we don't. We are going to see some strong damaging winds. Most likely some hail is going to fall on you if you're in this region, and lots of rain very quickly. So we got our dark regions here, our pinks. That's going to be where our hail core is in the storm. We got two, one here and one here. And this is also where the heaviest rainfall is going to be, if it's not all total hail. But it should be shorter lived, although this storm is moving relatively slow. We've seen these supercells that are kicking out in front of the main line of storms moving really slow this evening. We did already have one confirmed tornado down near Lake Apopka earlier on the stream. And hopefully we don't have a second. It is still showing a sign of a hook, so I mean this is bad news bears here. For those of you who live southeast of Orlando, near the Lake Hart region. I don't know if there's any other names out here that I can go by. Do have a automatic hail indicator of around 3/4 of an inch up in the storm, so you could see 1/4 inch sized hail on the ground with this one, which is not to be taken lightly. Not to be taken lightly. These the hail can do damage to homes, vehicles, and your body. So it's nighttime, guys. There's hail. There's a tornado potential. Maybe a tornado on the ground. Strong damaging winds. Don't go outside. if you're outside, you know, you're liable to get hurt. Don't go out looking for this thing. You're not going to see it. And even if you do see it, you're putting your life at risk. If you're in these general areas, if you're basically in Orange County or Osceola, I would say you need to be in your safe space until this tornado warning has expired or has been canceled. All right, I'm going to let this one play out a little bit. I'm going to see if I can do a little bit more reading on this. Keep a close eye on it. I'll be back in just a second to give you another update. All right, guys, it is worth mentioning too, besides this tornado warning that's happening currently right now just south of Orlando, that we do still have a severe thunderstorm warning down in Martin and St. Lucie County, all the way down here in southeastern Florida near Port St. Lucie. This severe thunderstorm is not tornado warned right now. It is moving northeast at about 15 miles an hour, real slow over pretty decent sized area. It is packing, can't talk right now. It could potentially pack 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So even though this storm in particular is not tornado warned, it is something to take seriously. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts is a little crazy. So if you live down in the Martin County or St. Lucie County, make sure that you are also staying away from windows, because 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts could throw some debris right through them. Get in a central location and ride this one out. You could see another severe thunderstorm warning extend this one out, because it doesn't look like it's really dying out that much. It's well worth the mention. There is some slight rotation in it, but I don't think it's going to go tornado warned or anything like that. It's just a big risk of strong damaging winds. This thing is moving. It's moving more north than east, but it is moving northeast through St. Lucie County. Again, towards Port St. Lucie and Fort Pierce, and St. Lucie north, and it's moving through St. Lucie County. All right. Update on this storm up here. It is still rotating, pretty strong. And as I say that, actually, that severe thunderstorm warning went away, but severe thunderstorm warning is still there. So it could potentially still pack some strong winds, 50 mile an hour or potentially more. So anyway, as I was saying, let's look at this. So we do still have an inflow notch, which indicates there is rotation. Storm still got a hook. Still got rotation in both of our areas here. Where green meets red, that's where we have rotation at. Nothing really to see here on our debris finder, if we want to call it that. But we are moving just south of the Lake Hart area right now. We're going to cross the road here in a minute. Let's pull up our... There it is.
Eastern Hillsborough County in west central Florida, southwestern Polk County in central Florida.
It may have been hard to hear. I didn't have the volume turned up just right. That was a severe thunderstorm warning for Hillsborough County and Polk County in Florida. So we may back out and see if we can find that. There it is. So this is the stronger line of thunderstorms that's coming through near Tampa right now. This is a little bit of a cluster right now. It's hard to see with all these road signs. So we're east of Tampa Bay. We're going to be, the severe thunderstorm is going to be impacting Plant City and Lakeland there, along all the way down to Wilmama, if that's how you say it, Boyette, Fishhawk, Keysville, over to Bradley Junction, heading towards Homeland, Fort Meade area, through into Polk County, all the way north into Providence. There is a nice strong hail core right there. Probably could get some hail on the ground if it doesn't melt too far. Again, that's Hillsborough County and Polk County. Our tornado warning storm here is southeast of Orlando, moving into Orange County now. This thing's also packing some strong damaging winds and hail if it doesn't pack a tornado itself. I'm not really seeing anything that indicates there is something on the ground. I think we would probably see a debris signature, but it's not. That doesn't mean to get out of your safe space everything's totally fine. If you live in the Lake Hart region or east of Lake Hart in southern Orange County, southeastern Orange County, you need to be in a safe space right now. Until this tornado warning is lifted, you need to be in a safe space in a lower innermost part of your building, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're going to continue to track this thing until it goes away. Something I didn't mention earlier, I probably should mention, is on this white line is your storm track. That's based on the warning, the direction, and the speed. And so at the, I try to put it kind of close to the center of rotation as I can get it. It's this rotation's a little bit fuzzy right now, so it's hard to tell. Anyway, the most important thing that you can see out of this is the direction you're going. Each tick mark is about 15 minutes. So our first tick mark here is 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, out to an hour. So the full length is an hour away at the current speed, but it's also good to keep in mind that these storms do change speeds. We had the tornado that did touch down. It was confirmed earlier. That was near Lake Apopka in Lake County, Florida. just northwest of Orlando, I believe, if I'm right. That tornado earlier this evening at the beginning of the stream, when we started the stream, it was moving about 20 miles an hour. It dropped to 10 real quickly, then sped back up. These storms are moving pretty slow tonight, which is not a great thing. You don't want a storm lingering over an area for too long. But like I said, you know, as of last that I could see, it was moving about 15 miles an hour. But take this with a grain of salt. This is a general direction of a storm. They can change direction, they can change speed. So if it says south of Wedgefield right here is 45 to 50 minutes, that could change in an instant. It could double its speed, move up to 30 mile an hour, and be there in less than 30. You never know. So again, just take that with a grain of salt. But it's a good indication of where we're heading and about how long it's going to take to get there. There's definitely still rotation there, but it's starting to look more and more like this thing might be trying to just straighten out and become a regular thunderstorm. Is what we hope. What we're hoping for, guys. Wildwood, Florida. Where's that? I think it's up here, isn't it? There it is. I think if this is where you're talking about, you actually had a tornado that was in this area earlier today, a couple hours ago, that came right through here. We had it on stream earlier, but it's always a good idea to unplug those electronics, make sure just in case. You got a nice band of heavy rain and potentially some strong damaging winds, maybe some thunder and some lightning, so probably not a bad idea. That's going to reach you here in the next few minutes there in Wildwood, and it should be over shortly, followed by a lot of standard rain. So an update, like I said, I think this might be starting to die out a little bit. It's harder to see. There's rotation, but it is harder to see any sort of centralized strong rotation. We don't have any sort of debris signature. I'm going to update our storm track here. Like I said, though, I've been saying this all night just because the tornado warning may expire. It's set to expire in 13 minutes, but more than likely it will actually probably be canceled before then unless it decides to ramp up again. But even without a tornado warning, with a storm like this, you've got these strong areas of reflectivity in these pink areas, which I'm sure you guys have seen plenty of radar before. You know pink is bad. Pink is strong. With pink, you can see hail, you can see strong rain, strong winds. And so even though you may not have a tornado warning anymore, you may have a severe thunderstorm warning that could still affect you. So always be on the lookout for that. If you're in the Wedgefield area, this tornado warning may never get to you, but the severe thunderstorm will. And it's already starting there. You're already seeing some heavy parts of the rain. You're going to want to wait this one out. This one will be there for a while. You're just at the right angle. Just at the right angle to come through all of it, basically. Anyway, I'm going to take this time to just thank everybody for coming out and watching. If you do live in the Florida area, we cover the entire continental United States with live radar coverage. When we have a massive event during the middle of the day or throughout the night, we like to stream, even when I'm not around, to manually move these things in detail. We have a full nation radar that we use, and we cover all severe weather events. We also have an Instagram page. You can look us up at tvsweather.com, tvs_weather, I believe is what it is on Instagram. You can look for our logo there, and we post all of our severe weather updates there. We do a little bit of forecasting, but we mainly share what the National Weather Service has to say about severe weather potential, again, all across the United States. We post maps there and detailed descriptions about what's to come and what we can probably expect. Looking as far out as 8 to 10 days in some cases. I know right now we do have some potential for severe weather into next week, or the end of this week at least. And I believe it's around. I'll have to go back and double check. I'll be making a post about that shortly, though. So if you want to keep up with that, no matter where you live, you can follow us on there. And then when the severe weather does come around, if we have a potential for tornadoes or hurricanes, strong snowstorms, we'll be live on here, and we'll keep you updated with live notifications on our Instagram page. And you can always subscribe to us here on YouTube and hit that bell for notifications of when we do go live. That way you can always follow us on here for live radar coverage of all the severe weather events across the United States. Thanks, guys, for watching. We'll be here for a little bit while longer, until these tornado warnings and stuff start to die off for the night. So here we do have a tornado warning that was updated. We still have the potential for a tornado. It was not confirmed. A potential here for quarter-sized hail in this smaller region. That storm is still moving northeast at about 15 miles an hour, so no change in speed. At this time, we are kind of over those rural areas in south central Orange County, but we'll be moving into some more populated areas soon. So let's hope that this thing's either allowed to expire or is canceled beforehand. Again, I'm not seeing, we are still seeing rotation, but I'm not seeing anything crazy. I'm not seeing any indication that there is something on the ground. But the storm is still there. It still has a hook, and it still has rotation. So we can't just assume it's not. Hopefully this is the last tornado warning of the evening, though. Let's hope for that for sure. We do still have that severe thunderstorm warning over here in Hillsborough and Polk County. We're just moving through Plant City right now, getting ready to impact Plant City, and then we'll be moving on into Lakeland shortly. So if we track this, I don't know if I can track, there we go. Track this from our warning. We'll be reaching Lakeland in about 30 minutes with this strong line of thunderstorms. This thing reaches some distance, guys. It goes all the way up into northern Sumter County, north of Wildwood, who we just talked about a minute ago. Some strong rain there at the very tip of that. Moves all the way down through Dade City, through Hillsborough County, down through Sarasota. Almost reaching down there. I think it is reaching down there. We're just out of the reach of the radar, I believe. I think this thing does extend down towards Sanibel Island there in Lee County and Charlotte County in southwestern Florida. So this is the main event for tonight, guys. Of course, I don't expect this to produce any tornadoes, but it's just going to be a widespread severe weather event. We could be seeing up to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts at the front of this storm, so we need to be making sure that you're taking proper precautions. If you're in the Central Florida area, you may not be in this tornado warned area, but you're probably going to get some of that. It's not something to take lightly just because there's not a tornado warning, even if there's not a severe thunderstorm warning, even if you don't live in this severe thunderstorm box. You could still see 50-mile-an-hour winds or more, potentially. You could see hail, potentially. You could definitely are going to see a lot of rain, especially if you live in the northern part of that region. You're going to see heavy rain followed by consistently, regular rain after that. So we could be seeing some floods here. Down in the Tampa Bay region, we have reports. We got a Mesonet station there in Tampa Bay reporting 41-mile-an-hour wind gusts. On the south side, near the bridge, near Bradenton, we've got 41-mile-an-hour wind gusts also across Tampa Bay. So you could be seeing that through Plant City here right now, starting right now. Even before, and now you're going to start seeing that heavy rain. Lakeland, you're in the pipeline for some heavy rain and strong damaging winds. I'm going to go back here and watch this tornado warning just for a little while longer. There's a strong hail core right there, a little bit of rotation, but I don't think there's a 50-mile-an-hour wind gust report just southwest of Lake Hart. Wow, 51-mile-an-hour wind gusts via the Mesonet. So that is some strong winds. If you're out here in the path of this thunderstorm, even if you may not get a tornado warning, like I said, you're probably going to get some strong damaging winds, maybe even some hail. So take your proper precautions with that, guys. I'm going to let this one play out for a little while. I'm going to take a short break, but I'm going to continue to watch this thing, keep you guys updated. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I appreciate it. We'll be here for a little while longer. Subscribe, follow us on Instagram, and stay weather alert. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that chat there. Kissimmee, it's past you. It's past you. Kissimmee is down here. This is the center of our storm going this direction. As far as the tornado warning goes, Kissimmee is out of the danger zone, but it is not for that. So you are going to get some. Potentially a severe thunderstorm later, if not just general severe thunderstorms with heavy rain. This could be, let's see here, just checking you out. You're probably looking at about an hour and a half until it gets you there in Kissimmee. But that's going to be your main threat, is going to be that strong damaging winds that we just talked about. As the same for anywhere in Central Florida for the next few hours, it's going to be the strong damaging winds followed by heavy rain, potentially hail, and so you're gonna have strong damaging winds, thunderstorms, potentially severe, followed by maybe a flood threat. If you live in a flooded area, area that's prone to flooding, you got to keep an eye on that. Make sure your weather alerts are on for your phone, or if you have a weather radio, make sure that's turned on and ready to go. That way, if there is a flood warning, severe thunderstorm warning, or tornado warning, you'll get that alert. A lot of people are heading to bed about now, so if you are, just make sure that if you do get some sort of warning, that it does wake you up. That way you can take your proper precautions. That's not the right one. There you go.
Tornado warning for southeastern Orange County in east central Florida.
So that right there was just an extension of the warning we are looking at. There it is. This one includes Wedgefield. So like I said, I thought this was dying down, but I mean, it may not be. It really may not be. So we're going to update to our latest warning here, which appears to be all the same information. It looks like, yeah. So we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Lake Hart or near Nakusi, moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. You got a tornado potential and quarter-inch size hail potential. This is going to last until 11:45, so you have 30 minutes on this tornado warning. It will most likely be either canceled or extended before then. Here's the center of rotation where I have this white line. This white line is segmented into 4 segments. Each tick mark is 15 minutes out. This is general directions and general speed. And so this is subject to change. It's subject to veer off and go a different direction, slow down, speed up. So take this with a grain of salt, guys. Wedgefield is going to be the one that's immediately in the path. We are over some rural areas right now, but Wedgefield, Florida there, southeast of Orlando, or east of Orlando, more so, is going to be the one who's immediately in the path of this area of rotation and severe thunderstorm in about 30 minutes. About 30 minutes, guys. If you're in the Wedgefield area, you need to be taking your proper precautions right now, taking your safe space. That is the lower innermost part of your building, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you have the chance, grab a blanket or a pillow to put over your head, keep you safe from falling debris. If you are in a park model trailer, you need to get into a sturdier structure. Park model trailers are not sufficient to keep you safe from tornadoes and strong damaging winds. If you live in a community that has a community building, move to that building immediately if it's open. If you are in a vehicle traveling down the road, pull over immediately at the first business that is a sturdy structure. Get inside and take shelter from the storm immediately. Again, we are east of Lake Hart, traveling northeast at 15 miles an hour. We're going to be crossing over here 528 toll road there, 528 in Orange County, moving towards Wedgefield, Florida, and the state route 520 towards Christmas, and state route 50 here in the next hour. There's our update. Still got a hook. We're right in the middle of some of this interference in our velocities. It's really hard to tell, but that red right there is very bright, guys. There's a nice hook on our CC drop and on our reflection too, so we may be seeing something ramping back up here. It might be trying to produce something right now. It's going to be hard for us to see. So if you are in this area, you need to be taking shelter immediately. We need to be assuming that tornadoes are on the ground heading your way. If you're in the Wedgefield, Christmas area, if you're in the Beeflow area, if you're anywhere along 528 east of Orlando towards the Port St. John area, if you're between Orlando and Port St. John right now, you need to be taking shelter immediately. I'm gonna let this get caught up and see what we can see here. It seems like that interference in that velocity is just like following the area of rotation there. It's really hard for it to see it. That purple area and the gray area is what I'm referring to as interference. I wonder if there's another. I wonder if this radar has velocity on it. Whoa. No. Okay. Switch back over here to KMLB in Melbourne. So I'm using the red square here to try to see where things are in relation to each other on all four of these different panels. So it looks like the interference is actually following this inflow notch. An inflow notch, I've described it a couple times in this stream already, but I know we have some new viewers that are constantly coming in and out. So in a when you have a rotating thunderstorm, the rotation's almost always, like 99% of the time, in the counterclockwise direction, at least in the United States. And so you have air that comes from the north and sweeps around west into the south in that direction right there, and that comes from the actual storm itself. So you have rain and hail and all the storm goodies that are coming down on the left side downwards, and then we have all this clean air that's out here in front of the storm and to the south of the storm that's coming in from the southeast and then back around to the north, creating this area of rotation that exists right here. And that is going to be where your wall cloud and your tornadoes are found. And that's what I'm looking at, right where these all kind of meet in this area is where I'm looking for debris signatures down here via a nice big circle of dark blues and blacks. This is where our winds will meet up with each other, where the greens will meet the reds in both of these panels. We can actually switch this panel. It's not doing us much good right now, so we can at least watch the ZDR, which ZDR in this bottom right, it tells us where we can find our updrafts. Tornadoes are actually very, very strong rotating updrafts. That's what a tornado is. So where we have really strong updrafts that are rotating, so we have updraft, rotation, storm, and then where we can find a debris signature, we can use all four of these panels together to really tell us a lot about what is and what is not actually touching the ground. So that inflow notch actually creates a notch in the storm where that clean air is rushing into that rotation, and it actually, I call it a cave. We can look at this storm on 3D. We've done this a couple times tonight, but this looks like it would be a good one to see that inflow notch and find a wall cloud in here. We probably won't be able to see a tornado because the tornado in the lower half of that storm will actually most likely be over the horizon from where the radar is located at. But we could find the inflow notch, so we'll get a good cross section here, pull it up. Look at this. So the actual storm looks something like this with all the different layers, the lighter layers on the outside, but we can take a look at one color at a time and scale back this storm until we can actually see the core of it. So this is what that storm's going to look like from the clear air side. So this is from the south. This is how we're viewing it right now on our normal radar. You can kind of get an idea of what that looks like there. You can get it to where you can see that inflow notch right there. That's the same as the one in the top left of the screen. And then you can actually see this entire carving out is that inflow notch, is that all this air is streaming in and rushing around to the left here that wraps up this whole area that sticks out right here. All this right here is just one big rotating column of air. And here's where you'll find
thunderstorm warning for South Central Choctaw County in southwestern Alabama, northwestern Washington County in southwestern Alabama, northwestern Clark County in southwestern Alabama.
That's interesting. southwestern Alabama got a severe thunderstorm warning right now. We'll check that out here in just a minute. This is where you'll find your wall cloud, as I was saying, in this rotating column of air here, and where your tornadoes will come out. So it's pretty cool that we can actually see this storm in 3D, find that inflow notch, and we can actually get it a little bit lower and probably, maybe, you can kind of tell. This section right here is that core of that rotation. So we might actually have something here, guys. We might really actually have something here. If you're in Wedgefield right now and you're not in your safe space, you need to get there right now, because this thing potentially could be putting something on the ground right now if it hasn't already. So we have rotation. We have a hook that's coming down here. And this inflow notch is really, the more extreme that this little tail gets around here, the worse it probably is. That combined with our velocities, which we can see, we also have velocities that are really wrapping around each other. And right here, it's difficult to tell if this is going to be a debris signature or if this is just that clear air coming in, where there's not a correlation with the raindrops because there's no raindrops in the air. That could be what that is, or that could be a debris signature. We don't know. It's hard to tell. So let's get an update here from our. Whoa! So the most recent tornado warning is now saying that's got to be a glitch right there. All right, we'll get it from this. We'll make our own storm track. It's all right. There we go. So that is a storm track that looks a little bit more accurate. You're talking about 15 minutes to Wedgefield for this tornado. The severe part of the storm, that's not the tornado, the core of that supercell is going to be passing just west of Wedgefield, also heading northeast at about 15 miles an hour. It could be impacting Beeflow or Christmas, or the intersection between 50 and 520 in Florida north of Wedgefield. I'm gonna let this one play out for a second. I'm gonna go check out on that, check out that severe thunderstorm warning there in Alabama while we watch this storm here live, and I'll be back with an update here in just a second. think I had my microphone muted for like the last 5 minutes. I have to go back and look at that. Give me just 1 second. Sorry about all the clicks and stuff. To leave my microphone on. Anyway, I don't know how long my microphone's been muted on accident, but it has. So sorry about that. We are approaching the Wedgefield area with this storm. I'm just going to reiterate everything that I just said. It's hard to tell if something's on the ground or not right now, but you need to treat it like it is. If you're in the Wedgefield area and you're not in a safe space right now, we're talking about Wedgefield east of Orlando, Florida. Wedgefield, Florida. If you're in that area right now, you need to be in a safe space right now. This storm will be impacted you within the next 2 or 3 minutes, most likely. So you need to be in there. Even if you do not get a tornado, you're going to receive some strong damaging winds, maybe potentially some hail and some heavy rain here shortly. So just be on the lookout for that. After that, we've got Beeflo is going to get some strong storms. Christmas is going to get some strong storms, and Christmas is also in the line for this tornado threat. So here we go. We got an updated. Let me remove that. Updated warning here. There's our warning before. They sized it down. See if there's any update. As of 2 minutes ago, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Wedgefield, moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. Our hazards are still as follows: tornado and quarter-sized hail for the potential hazards. The locations impacted, of course, are Wedgefield, Beeflo, and then Avalon Park is one that I have not mentioned. Avalon Park, Florida. You need to be in your safe space, along with Beeflo and, of course, Wedgefield. And Christmas, guys. If you're in Christmas, Florida, you need to be in your safe space. You got a strong thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It might be producing as we speak. It's got a nice hook on it. When I say nice, I mean bad. I mean like a nasty looking hook that is a strong indication that there's a lot of rotation and a potential for a tornado. So that's heading northeast at 15 miles an hour. 15 miles an hour. So our white line here is based in the center of rotation. I had that playing in the background. Sorry. The white line there is based in the center of rotation, and that indicates the motion of the storm. So that's where the center of rotation is most likely to follow. Each tick mark, you can tell there is a tick mark there. Near Christmas, that is the 30-minute mark. Each tick mark is 15 minutes. We go out to an hour. Christmas, you're in the line for 30 minutes. Wedgefield, you are in the line for like 30 seconds, guys. This is passing over your head as we speak, and it will be there for a few more minutes because this thing is moving very slowly. 15 mile an hour is very slow for a strong thunderstorm like this. So it'll be lingering over your heads in Wedgefield. Stay in your safe space. Ride this one out. We'll let you know when it's past you. Most likely when this thing does eventually die out, I'll probably be signing off. It is close to midnight here, and I have to work tomorrow, so I do need to get some sleep. And but I think more than likely this thing's set to expire. The tornado warning set to expire here shortly in the next 7 minutes, and most likely we'll probably see a little bit of an extension here out in the Christmas area. It's hard for me. I'm just kind of judging it based off of the hook, most likely, because it's hard to see in that rotation where I normally like to look in these two panels. I'm leaving them up just in case something changes, but it's really hard for me to see with all this gray and purple blobs blocking the way. It's difficult for me to see exactly if the rotations was strong at any point and died out, or if it's the same. But I'm just looking over here, and this is just so much of a hook that I can't imagine this thing would just expire here in the next few minutes. So most likely we'll probably get a tornado warning extension into the Christmas area, and maybe even into the Beefalo area of Florida here east of Orlando here in the next few minutes. So be on the lookout for that. Another report there. Another Mesonet site. There's a radar or a weather station reported a wind gust of 51 miles an hour there in Orange, Florida. Earlier, around 50 minutes ago, just south of Lake Hart. That might have been the same one earlier. I don't know. It's fast winds, guys. Fast winds. That's what we got to remember.
Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Orange County in east central Florida. Tornado warning for southeastern Marion County in northern Florida.
All right, so a little change of pace here. So this tornado warning near Wedgefield has at least been allowed to expire. You still have a strong severe thunderstorm there, but we have a new tornado warning. So the new one that came through, most people would have thought that would have been an extension of this one down here, but it's not. It's not an extension, and it's hard to get a good view of that storm up there. Let's see if we can, what's the best. It's kind of right in the middle of everything. So for the gentleman who, or lady, I'm not sure who it was, I guess, for the person who was asking about Umatilla earlier, there is now an elevated risk of a tornado, because you do have a tornado warning that runs really close to Umatilla. Altoona, you're running right to the edge of that. The kind of end of this big long line of storms that has been severe warned earlier, that has strong damaging winds, kind of the tip of that is whipping around, creating some rotation. Just north of the villages, near Willsdale and East Lake Weir, we are in Marion County, southern Marion County, southeast of Bellevue. This storm has radar indicated rotation. We're moving northeast at 25 miles an hour, a much quicker pace than those supercells out in front of this line of storms. This is running until, man, this one's running far out. They don't have this tornado warning expiring until 12:45, almost an hour from now, which is a little excessive if you do ask me. But we are talking about Moss Bluff around 12 a.m., Juniper Springs around 12:25. So if you're in this area, if you're in southeastern Marion County, if you're in the Moss Bluff area or the Juniper Springs area, or if you're near that Altoona, Pittman area, East Lake Weir, Weirsdale, Astor Park. If you're in Umatilla, I'd say it's probably not a bad idea to go ahead and move to your safe space. We got the standard statement here from the National Weather Service. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. We have torrential rainfall, which is occurring with this storm and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Believe it or not, guys, flooding is one of the most dangerous parts of severe weather. It's the part that you hear most commonly and people take the least seriously, but it does cause many deaths a year in my region up here in the tri-state region of Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia. It is actually the most dangerous weather that we do get. We do get tornadoes here. We've had EF5s here before in the past, but the number one most dangerous weather we get, the most common dangerous weather, is floods. Flash flooding can be very dangerous, especially when it crosses a roadway and you try to drive your vehicle through it. When you have, I'll zoom out here, sorry guys, I'll zoom out to where you can actually see what's going on here. I'll put a storm track up here. We're near East Lake Weir, moving towards Astor Park. It's really where the rotation is kind of headed. We'll put it right here just so you can get a good idea. This white line right here indicates direction and speed. So we are talking about an hour in total, almost an hour to get to Astor Park to get out of this tornado warned zone. So I can easily see why now that that tornado warning is set to expire so long from now. Anyway, what I was saying is when you do get areas of flooding, flash flooding, people try to, oh, well, I know this road. I know this road that's only an inch of water. It's only a couple inches of water. It doesn't take much water to lift a vehicle. Vehicles are surprisingly buoyant and can easily lose traction. Even if the water is not enough to pick up your vehicle, it's enough to lift it to lose traction. Also, a very dangerous part of flash flooding when it crosses roadways is you may think it's only an inch or so above the road you know so well, but actually below that road, it has washed it away. And it actually may be feet of water with a road that doesn't exist anymore. So that's why it's so important, guys, to when you see water in the road, moving or standing after a flash flood, when you have that flooded water covering your roadway, do not drive through it. Turn around and don't drown. It's very important. It's something that people can laugh at all they want and not take seriously, but it can kill you. It absolutely can kill you. So take it seriously, guys. Take it seriously. So this area of rotation, like I said, exists near East Lake Weir, Weirsdale. I said it again. North of the villages. We're talking about, let's see, what's a close landmark here? We're talking about southeastern Marion County, or southeastern Marion County, southeast of Ocala, southeast of Bellevue. We're talking about roadways 27, just northeast of 27, where it breaks off from Bellevue and heads towards the villages. And we're heading northeast at about 25 miles an hour towards the Astor Park region, over towards 17, just a little over an hour before we get to 17. We're going to be spending the rest of the time most likely here in Marion County. In about 45 minutes, we'll transition into that northern peak part of Lake County where it goes up to a point, and then quickly back over into Volusia County. Hopefully, this thing does not last that long. It's very common to, when you have these sort of long lines of storms, they may become a derecho in some cases. They may become a squall line, which is kind of more like what we're seeing here with torrential rainfall and some pretty heavy winds. And then at the very tip, you'll a lot of times get that comma. So we call that a comma echo. And that's what it's kind of doing now, where the tips are kind of like if you've seen air come off of the tip of a wing and it creates that vortice. That's almost what's happening here. You kind of have that tip that's dragging around. It doesn't have all that, have that central push that's happening down here east of Tampa Bay. That's, we'll take off these road signs. You have that central push that's pushing this a lot harder than it's pushing those edges on the region, on the tips. And so they're wrapping back around. I think that's what we're seeing here, most likely. It looks like this area of green is wrapping back around towards that radar, and that's where that area of rotation is happening, just here northeast of the villages.
Tornado warning for northwestern Brevard County in east central Florida, east central Orange County in east central Florida.
All right, real quick, guys. We're wrapping up the stream here. It looks like that line of thunderstorms that's coming across Florida right now is about to break up and slow down. I know we have a tornado warning right now, but I don't think it's anything significant. It's just that remnant off the top part as that vortex comes around. You can see it whipping. There, look at this top piece. Look at it just whip around right there where that tornado warning is in north central Florida. I think that's going to expire in about 10 minutes or so. The rest of these storms are starting to break up, so it's getting about 12:30 here, local time, and I got to work in the morning, so I'm going to probably end this stream here in the next few minutes. You can be expecting about the same bit of weather for the eastern half of Florida. If you do live in that, keep your weather alerts on. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate it. We'll be back more. Follow us on Instagram and subscribe on our YouTube for more severe weather updates, more live radar, and on our Instagram we like to post about the severe weather in the future. So know what to watch out for. You can get live updates on our Instagram for when we do go live for our live radar coverage. Again, we appreciate all you guys' support, all of the subscriptions and all the views. Come back for more, and stay weather savvy.